tribal or ethnic group that was
And with
fighting in
that,
Darfur on behalf of the old regime. They got
just heads
armed,
up, I'm
they
gonna
got a
be
lot of
having
support, and they grew
getting
up
up to some food later.
basically over time to become a very strong and ferocious militia. They're known to have committed like atrocious war crimes in Darfur during the
during
like
this the war with the South
yeah
Sudan
during
the
that.
rebels.
Well, it wasn't South Sudan. It's mainly the Western rebels. The South Sudan, I don't think they were really active on the south side of Sudan. It was mostly Darfur, which is West
Gotcha.
Sudan. Yeah, because Sudan had like two major, civil wars or like internal conflicts. One was with the South, but that ended around 2006 when they got the 2005, 2006 when they did the comprehensive peace agreement with the South, which eventually led to the South seceding into its own country. But then there was the war with the West, the West rebels in Darfur, and that's the one the army armed supported the Janjaweed with. And yeah, it's all under this leader of this charismatic but terrible guy, Ahmad Dandagalu. And he was the face of the militia, and then he became the face of the rapid support forces up until the transition. He was basically the number two person during the transition because he was the vice president of the transitional council throughout the transitional period. And yes, they committed atrocious war crimes. They're known to have commit like scorched earth policies whenever they would attack villages in Darfur. They would like burn down the villages, kill children, women, old men. They didn't really care. So yeah, it was horrible.
Got you. So we have on one side this I can't pronounce his full name. That's why I always say Hedmeti. And I can't even pronounce that well. We have him.
My shit canals was
how would you
great.
describe this guy? I've heard him described
Yeah,
as
he's not great.
a very power hungry, do anything for in pursuance of
that's why.
power, climbs the he's climbing the ladder rapidly. How would you describe this guy?
Yeah, Hemeti is. I would say he is kind of charismatic. He is not like an educated person. A lot of people make fun of him because he more or less used to be like I think a camel or sheep herder somewhere in Darfur. But yes, over time he became very ambitious. Like from the time when he started like his tiny militia in Darfur, he rose very rapidly because he went from just being some random person to the head of a non-formalized militia. By the time it was 2013, it got formalized when Bashir actually pushed the Sudanese parliament to sign a law that basically made them a formalized paramilitary. And then by the time it was 2019, his ambitions had kind of grown when he saw that Bashir was on his way out. He sided with I don't know, like side is a very strong term, but he basically did not help al-Bashir stave off the revolution. He kind of just took a back seat and the power came into him because by that point he was kind of strong. He had already fought a war in Yemen. He had some regional allies in like the UAE. Um, so yeah, his ambitions are limitless, but also his economic resources, which has allowed him to deploy a bunch of experts, global experts actually, in like communications and public relations and lobbying groups, like in Canada and in Europe. I think not in the US, but definitely like in Canada, Europe, and other European countries.
Got you. And sorry, I just want we're kind of rehashing a lot of old ground, but I want to make sure that if anybody's watching this with no idea what we're talking about, that they have something to go off of. And on the other side of this conflict, we have the armed forces, the Sudanese armed forces, the formalized military.
Mm-hmm.
Who is leading them? What's he like?
Yeah, so the formalized military is led by General Burhan. When the revolution happened, Bashir was taken out. They announced some other general to succeed after him to lead the army, and that other name was not acceptable to like the people kind of who brought forth the revolution, but I think also it was not acceptable to like regional powers who were interested in like the future of Sudan. So his name I think was Ibn Auf. He only lasted for like a few hours before Burhan was then nominated, and to a large extent, a lot of people believe Al Burhan only only came into power due to his relationship with Hemeti, and Hemeti would not basically oppose Al Burhan because both of them went back. They had a relationship from their time in Darfur because Burhan was active basically in Darfur as part of the military, not part of the militia. So they had like an old relationship, and for the most part, a lot of people thought they were, tight. They were good friends until things just went south earlier this year.
Okay, so when did things go south earlier this year? What happened?
So according to most reporting, there was a lot of there had a lot of been some tensions from quite early this year, like around January or February. Both of them had stopped speaking together. But then by March, things got really tense. There were the RSF was kind of not obeying orders anymore. They started doing a bunch of movements within Sudan, like they surrounded one of Sudan's military airports in the north side. It's called Marawi Airport, and that's when the tensions were kind of at the peak. Then, pretty much the next day, which was like the 15th of April, some fighting broke out in the south side of Khartoum, and yeah, Hemeti basically, I mean, a few hours later, went on TV, basically cursing Burhan personally and calling him all sorts of inappropriate names on TV and saying that he was gonna bring him to justice and arrest him. You could see that he felt betrayed for whatever reason. He felt like there was some personal betrayal of some agreements they had. And that's when, the fighting actually broke out on like the 15th of April.
Got you. So the fighting breaks out. There's this power struggle between the rapid support forces and the Sudanese armed forces, none of which are particularly inclined to democracy, even though they both say that they're going to transition to democracy. Do you think either of them, like when they say that they're going to, transition to democracy, do you think there's any truth to the words they're saying?
No, not at all. It's kind of apparent, like in their actions. Yeah, as you say, actions speak louder than words. The RSF or Hemeti is claiming he's fighting because so when the coup happened on the 25th of October back in 2021, um, Hemeti already kind of started to see that the winds weren't blowing that favor. So a few months after that, he was like, yeah, he tried to put all the blame of the coup on Burhan and kind of withdraw and say like, yep, that was a wrong thing to do, and we need to do something else about it. But he is definitely not particularly interested in democracy. You can tell by his actions and by what he's been doing. And even when the fighting started on the south side of Khartoum, people are still arguing about who shot the first bullet and who initiated the conflict or the war. But it doesn't really matter because in the end, 2 hours later, he had decided that he was taking all of Sudan under his control, which isn't something you would do like immediately if you were particularly interested in democracy or bringing democracy. The army is definitely not interested in bringing democracy, as we saw, because they did the soft coup on the civilians. They literally just kicked everyone out, and yeah, they just consolidated power. And the issue is, it's causing actually a lot of problems right now in terms of trying to figuring out the legitimacy of like who has the legal and let's say moral ground to sound on in terms of like the fighting that's happening in Sudan, because the Burhan doesn't have like proper legal or moral legitimacy because he just did a coup and took over power. So it just puts him on the ground of any random dictator or autocrat. But at the same time, the militia is just a militia of very ferocious rabid fighters who have definitely zero. It's just even less legitimacy and moral grounds to stand on compared to the army.
So last time we talked, the conflict was, I wouldn't say in its necessarily its early stages, but we were at the like beginning weeks. We weren't like as deep as we are now. At the time, we kind of both acknowledged, there's only so much we can judge by what's happened so far about who's got the upper hand, who doesn't have the upper hand. A lot has happened since then. How has the situation changed from when we last talked about the conflict?
So in terms of like control of like let's say physical location operations, nothing much has changed. Like for the most part, the militia still controls most of the capital and some parts of Darfur and some parts of like the South Sudan, and the military controls the rest. There's been lots of like big skirmishes where occasionally the militia takes up some grounds and the military also takes up some grounds, but for the most part, I say things have been at an equilibrium there. But in a broader sense, things have changed from like a political perspective, I say, because the militia has been kind of um, doing, let's say, all sorts of war crimes. Speaking of war crimes, in Khartoum and also in Darfur, there's actually been, I'm not sure if you've seen the news recently, but Ajinen is part of Darfur, and there's been like thousands of deaths there. And they just recently uncovered like a mass grave with like 87 people from like the same tribe that opposes the militia. And the ICC said they're going to open an investigation into possible war crimes, like in Ajinen in Darfur. So definitely, like the global scene has kind of started to go against RSF. So they've lost a lot of political, let's say, backing due to their actions in Khartoum. But in terms of the situation,
sorry to interrupt you for a moment, but the thing
Sure.
is, like, every time I tune into this conflict, the rapid support forces have committed another war crime, and that's not to say that the military hasn't committed war crimes. They certainly have. A lot of their bombing has been, I would say, not the most accurate, to put it lightly. But like every day you hear another story. The last story I heard was of a mayor who just like criticized the RSF getting kidnapped and tortured and then executed by them.
Yes.
And pictures of it just surfacing online. Like anybody who speaks out against them, they're gonna go drag through the street and shoot them and kill them. And even if you don't criticize them, you might get, just somehow get on their bad side, or there's just a complete disregard of civilian casualties and almost like just like enjoyment in like the kind of like terror that they engage in. Because the thing that really gets me about a lot of these war crime videos when I watch the RSF is like they're smiling and laughing and having a great time as they're committing these war crimes. The only thing that it reminds me of is like, I don't know if you know of the Duranger Brigade from like World War II, of all these like criminals that they took out of German prisons and then sent into their background. That's the only thing that I can like correlate it to in my head.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, it makes sense the correlation exists because for the most part, the RSF
Hello?
is a bunch of like they used to be highway robbers and bandits, and a lot of them are just actually career criminals. And you see, if you have also seen like the videos, a lot of them are like kind of younger in age. They had no like proper education, and yeah, and they come also from a culture that kind of glorifies violence and has very little regard for human life. Like they do not care basically about the human life. I think some people are joking. I'm not sure if it's a joke, but it's actually a story I read about someone that one of these young RSF people kind of slapped the older gentleman, and then the other RSF guy was like, "No, this is not right. You shouldn't slap like an old guy. It's not right. You should shoot him." You see, so yeah, it's not the best logic, but yeah, it's just very little regard for human life.
So the international situation when it comes to the how they're viewing the RSF, the more the RSF shows who they are, the more international pressure against them has built, or at least opposition to them has built. But
Correct.
even though there's opposition, what can the international community realistically do in a situation where there's really little on the ground control? It's not like there's UN peacekeepers that are getting deployed.
Mhm. Yeah, it is kind of difficult. I guess a lot of it has been to a lot of effort have been put into put pressure on the regional countries that are providing support, like to the RSF, and try to cut off their like supply chains for like they have a big like gold smuggling operation where they just smuggle out gold from Sudan. So it's kind of been trying to clamp down on that. In addition to their PR work, they have a lot. They hire a lot of firms and people to do PR work for them. So I guess there's been efforts to try to clamp down on that. But
Wait. The
other
RS.
than that,
Wait. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I need to pause you there. The RSF
Yeah.
has hired a PR firm.
Yeah, they have a big PR firm out operating out of Canada. They paid some big Canadian PR firm to do PR for them. They're very good at it, honestly. If you look at like the
They
way
must
they
have hired
craft.
like the guys that help with like Blizzard, after their scandal stuff. They must have hired some real experts or something because they. I mean, I don't know how you take a bunch of like rapists and criminals and like mass murderers, like basically
Mhm.
genocidal maniacs, and you give them a makeover. I don't. That's a very difficult job for a PR firm.
I know, but they've also been very good at it. I say the PR firm has definitely been a good investment on MIT's part because they now have a bunch. He has a bunch of like political advisors and media trained people who speak like for the RSF across the globe on media. They release press releases in like fluent English. They have very well managed social media accounts, probably better managed than the armies. So yeah, I guess it was money
I
well
mean,
invested.
I see the RSF stuff more than I see the actual army stuff on like Twitter and like on other
Mm-hmm.
platforms. Their accounts do seem to be more active, but I'm imagining like they have people that speak for the RSF. I can't imagine that they have like those CNN interviews where they got one person on one side of the issue on like to the right of the host and
Yeah.
another one on the other host, and then they ask them both questions. I can't imagine like one of those interviews going well where they're like, so here's videos of one of your people executing a civilian. So
Mhm.
yeah, what do you think about that? Like kind of hard to wrap my
Yeah.
head around.
I mean, I'll tell you what they say. So what they do is a combination of deny. So one of their most common arguments is that no, these aren't our people. These are the old regime who are dressed up as our people committing some of the crimes. And then when there is no doubt it's like one of the people, then the other thing is no, these are just like they've gone rogue and they will be brought to justice once the war is over or whatever. That's basically their approach to that.
That reminds me of something else I gotta say after working here for a bit.
Hmm.
Um, wow, man, yeah, no, so God damn, that reminds me so much of the Russians actually.
Mm.
Well, for would you say that that this PR firm? I'm sorry, the PR firm is super interesting. I just is very like PR firms for mass murderers is very interesting. Would you say the PR firm has actually benefited them when it comes to the international community's view of them, or at least the international response to the RSF?
Um, yes. So the PR firm didn't start after the war. They like Hemeti kind of hired it earlier on to develop, relationships and work on the RSS public image. And at that point, I think it was working. Like just before the war broke out, the PR firm had kind of managed to rebrand RSF from like the old days as Janjaweed. People had stopped actually calling them Janjaweed, and they were now kind of considered this disciplined paramilitary force that is very efficient and well funded and so on and so forth. But yes, as soon as fighting broke out and then a little bit of chaos was introduced, they just, went back to their roots of being like, a barbaric militia. And yes, it's much harder for the PR firm to do anything at that point. But yeah, I'm not sure actually what they are doing at this point. But I can definitely see that their social media is much more organized and, um, mm, let's say, more disciplined, like than the armies.
Got you. So moving over back over to the army. What has the army tried to do when it comes to the international community since we've last talked? Have they tried to rally more support? Because we do know that there are players in the region that support both sides here. So
Mm-hmm.
have they been able to rally support behind themselves in any way?
The army is very bad at, let's say, foreign policy. They have not. They've been basically making more enemies because whenever whether regional or even global powers have tried to kind of mediate or stand like working to end the conflict, they've just been saying no and accusing whatever entity of kind of having sympathy for the RSF. Eventually, I think they've accused basically every possible entity other than maybe Egypt of having like sympathies towards the RSF, maybe Egypt and Saudi Arabia, because they are having negotiations in Saudi Arabia. And yeah, they're generally just not good at foreign policy. I wouldn't say they're not good at anything. And it's an army. Like, I wouldn't expect them to be good at any of this stuff because they're an army. The only issue is they're an army that decided to take it upon themselves to become the state and govern the country, which they shouldn't be doing. And they're not very good at it because, they're just army people.
Yeah, they're supposed to know how
Uh,
to kill people, not like
yeah,
manage taxes.
no, or like have like proper foreign relations, or like manage your social media as an example, as we are just saying, or like healthcare. Right now, there's a big issue in like healthcare in Sudan. Um, yeah, it's a whole like big issue. For example, there was a very recent controversy because a Facebook page which says the state ministry of health reported that an army attack killed 17 civilians, and people freaked out. And then I guess it became very popular. It was on the news, like the Secretary General of the UN retweeted it and discussed it, and that's kind of considered a problem. And I see a lot of people in Sudan forgot about, they weren't super angry about the airstrike itself. Some people were, but most people are angry is that a Facebook page was you know working against the army. What's supposed to be like an official state page was working against the army, and what turned out to be what was happening on the background was that this particular Facebook page was official and is part of the original government that the army did a coup against, and they never gave him like the password. They never relinquished control over the Facebook page.
What?
So
Really?
yeah, yeah,
So you're saying
yep,
that that's still controlled by what was originally the transitionary kind of government?
yes,
So
exactly.
so the only real semi-civilian mandated control is
Yeah.
is Facebook pages and like Twitter accounts.
Yeah, some of them, yes. So that was the state, like the state of Khartoum's Ministry of Health page, and they're the ones that reported the 17 deaths from the airstrike. Um, and then yeah, then people started, fighting instead of fighting about whether the army should have 17 casualties in some random airstrike. They were fighting about who should actually be controlling that Facebook page and who has legitimacy. It's like, oh, this army that just did a coup, or these opposition parties which weren't elected either but came into power like through a revolutionary process. So it's a very messy situation, like to say the least.
So I want to ask you. I know you said that the military situation hasn't changed that much. Are there any changes that are notable, and are there any things that we should be looking out for as this continues to? I want to ask you, what should we call it? Because I see people
Mhm.
calling it different things. I think that it looks like a civil war. I don't think that would
Mhm.
be too crazy to call it a civil war. But what do you
Mhm.
call it?
I generally just call it like armed conflict. A lot of people do not want to call it a civil war because it's not between like specific ethnic groups or like specific regions within the country. It's just like this one militia against the army. And those people actually advocate to call it just like a mutiny or a rebellion, an armed rebellion. They don't even like the idea of like armed conflict because they say it puts like a false equivalency between the two parties, and they're not equivalent like in terms of legitimacy or whatever. And they definitely don't like people calling it a civil war, because then it kind of means that the militia has like some control over some region or represents some region in Sudan or some ethnic group in Sudan, which they wholeheartedly disagree with. Um, I don't really care about the semantics too much. I definitely call it just an armed conflict, and I don't care about people who say like you're creating like a false equivalency because there's no two parties in the conflict. But obviously, all conflicts have to have two parties. It's okay if you think one party has less legitimacy to engage in the conflict, but it's definitely just an armed conflict between two parties.
So I wanna go back to the other question I said before. I interrupted with a separate question. Sorry, I just have a lot to
Mm-hmm.
ask. You said the situation on the ground militarily hasn't changed that much. Is there any changes that are notable or things that we should look up out for as the situation continues to develop?
So one of the big, so yes, it's gonna be a problem if the militia manages to take over like some key bases, like in Khartoum, specifically if they manage to take over like air bases or like the heavy machinery bases, like where they store all the tanks and some of the heavier equipment. We call it silah mudarraat. And that's where a lot of the fighting has actually been happening recently because the army wants to make sure like the militia can't take over that. What they have been able to take over is like smaller, let's say strategic institutes where they have managed to like restock. They've managed to take over like in Khartoum where weapons are manufactured. So the main issue is they don't want to run out of, let's say, ammo and arms. So they've been targeting places where they can restock, which kind of indicates that they can keep fighting because a lot of people have been banking on the idea that the military is trying to starving off like from supplies and cut out their supply chains. But since Khartoum is just heavily armed, they just whenever I guess they run low on weapons, they just attack whatever installation they know has a good amount of like ammo and arms they can restock from. At the same time, the military
It
has
reminds me
scored
of
some.
early ISIS
Mhm.
when ISIS would kind of just raid prisons for new fighters and like raid different like army outposts for new guns and new ammunition.
Yeah, and that's basically what the RSF does. So the RSF is very mobile unit. That's its main strength.
Well,
So it
rapid
will
support
not.
forces. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I think their slogan is readiness, speed, and decisiveness. جاهزية سرعة حسم. So they're ready, they're fast, and they're decisive. So yeah, they just come in, they take over whatever you know installation they need at any given point, and then they leave whenever they've achieved their objective. Because they can't hold anything for a long time, especially with the military controlling, like a significant air force and able to do like airstrikes. Um, but the military, on the other hand, has achieved some victories. Specifically, they managed to take over a key bridge, I think Halfaya Bridge in Khartoum, which was used by the RSF for like to restock and as part of the supply chain. But for the main part, they still, like I said, not much has changed. It would be a big problem if the RSF takes over some of the
Sorry,
bigger
sorry.
bases, because
Just filling
that
up
way they will
that
consolidate.
face.
Oh, also they have not taken control of the general command of the armed forces. They've surrounded it, and it's been surrounded since the war started, but they've not been able to take over the general command. So those are key things that if they do take over, then they can consolidate, I guess, their grip on Khartoum, and from there they can move outwards. It's very unlikely because they've been bleeding. Fighters, they've been bleeding.
Who has been bleeding fighters? The rep support
The
forces?
militia.
Yeah.
No, yes, the rapid support. Yes, yeah. So I don't think they will be able to move out. Their best hope, in my estimate, is just to kind of stay in Khartoum and act as a thorn and try to just negotiate their way out of this.
So you're saying that there's not a very good chance of them just taking over the country outright?
It's very unlikely. Well, for one, they don't have the, I'd say, the manpower for it, or the regional support. And two, it's definitely not a friendly territory. Like if they were semi-popular even among, like, let's say some parts of Sudan, I could see like a line where they kind of move towards the places where they have like some sympathies and hold up there and start to expand. But due to what they've been doing in Khartoum and what they've done in the past in Darfur, people are just not going to have it. They're not. They have basically no support on the ground in Sudan.
Got you. So I wanted to ask you about the Wagner Group for a second, because there was a report by CNN that was released in April that really caught my eye, tracking some Russian planes that could have been transporting weapons to Libya to possibly be used in Sudan. I don't know if you read the exclusive or you've seen the report. If you have, okay, you have. What do you make of it? Is there any validity to these reports and the evidence that is being presented by CNN and other outlets?
Yeah, so the evidence that was presented by CNN, and there was another outlet, I can't remember it, so it would be nice if I could remember it, because they did a lot of the original reporting. They kind of tracked actually the plane as it came into Libya. And
wait. Are you telling me that CNN screwed over a smaller outlet by stealing their story? I refuse to believe it.
I mean, I'm not sure if they sold it, but definitely the original reporting, the one that tracked the plane, was not CNN. I just can't remember his name. But yes, I think all of it is factually correct. I think the only thing people don't know what was exactly in the plane. There is enough, I guess, evidence to suggest it was a mix of like possible like weaponry or tech and equipment and supplies to support the RSF. But what's not in dispute is that the Wagner Group definitely has ties to the RSF. The Wagner Group actually operates. I think part of the other reporting has shown how the Wagner Group has been operating along the RSF in the gold mining and smuggling operations in Sudan. Like the Wagner Group itself actually has, I think, some gold mines in Sudan. They've been digging basically over. I'm not sure for how long, but over the past period of time since the RSF consolidated a lot of the power.
They're in these shell companies, I assume. It's the same thing they did in the Central African Republic.
Yeah, they are doing through shell companies. And so they definitely have ties to the RSF, and they definitely have been trying to give them some supplies. And it's kind of funny because a lot of people don't know across the world. Like the first time people heard about the Wagner Group was when they did their own mutiny, kind of brief mutiny against Putin and the Russian government. But at that point, everyone in Sudan was already familiar with it due to their ties with the RSF. And there was a lot of basically memeing and joking happening about the similarities of situation where you have like this mercenary group turned militia turned paramilitary, and eventually it bites you in the back, let's say.
Yeah, I didn't want to comment on it because it kind of feels like two peas in a pod. I felt like I was seeing double a little bit when you think about it.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's there's definitely a lot of similarities there. The only thing that's not similar is they didn't end up in armed conflict in Russia. Like they managed to kind of sort it out very quickly there.
So you talked about negotiations ongoing in Saudi Arabia. Can you tell me about this?
Yeah, so there's been lots of regional efforts to reach a permanent ceasefire. It started off by the U.S. kind of supported negotiations that happened in Saudi Arabia, but those did not work out. They couldn't even get like a ceasefire for like 3 days, 3 consecutive days. So I guess then the U.S. kind of pulled out. It was like, it seems that both parties are not ready to negotiate yet, and there's not much we can do until that happens. Then some regional, more like African-centric regional powers started to try and mediate and negotiate. There was IGAD. They tried to do a conference, but the army refused to attend or send representatives because it was led by Kenya, and then they claimed that Kenya had ties with the RSF. And this is what I was saying earlier about the army not like doing foreign politics properly. But then I guess they went.
Can I ask you a question? Did they have any like ties to the RSF? Is there any truth
I
to
mean,
that?
they might have. Definitely economically. So the RSF has a lot of economic ties to North East Africa and like Central Africa. They've been trying to, let's say, diversify their economic portfolio and have their own regional influence. So while I know they operate in some businesses in Kenya, the military has not produced anything to really suggest that the Kenyan leadership is sympathetic to the RSF.
Gotcha.
Yeah. They've not produced any specific solid evidence to do so. They just said this, that the RSF has economic interest in Kenya. As such, Kenya will be sympathetic to the RSF. That's literally what they said. But yeah, anyway, so that did not work out too well. And then there was another kind of like conference that happened in Egypt, which was much more well attended by neighboring countries, and also kind of tried to support like a peace deal or agreement. But what I heard most recently, like as recently as a couple of days ago, is that negotiations in Saudi have now started to pick up again, and the army is willing to sit for negotiations if the RSF leave like all civilian houses, because the RSF has basically occupied countless civilian houses to kind of hide away from the military and the airstrike. So if they leave civilian housing and if they leave schools and hospitals, then they will sit with them to negotiate like a permanent ceasefire.
What do you think the odds are of them actually fulfilling that command? I imagine the RSF does probably like the fact that they can use, I mean, I'm going to be blunt about it, civilians as a human shield.
No, yes, for sure. They have actually detained like thousands. I heard the most recent estimates was like they have like 5,000 detainees, which they detain them in the I guess in areas or in buildings that are important for them, and they don't want the military to bomb. So they just detain civilians there so that the military can bomb it. But at the same time, they just randomly occupy housings. Yes, as you said, for the most part. I guess it's a bit of looting, a bit of human shields, a bit of everything. So how likely are they gonna leave? I guess if the command comes down like from the higher ups, they will have to leave. The issue is they will want guarantees that the military will not, kill them through airstrikes once they leave and group up, and that is what's being negotiated. I heard again, this is not like particularly confirmed, but what I heard was the RSF wanted international guarantees that if they leave, the military won't strike them, like using airstrikes. And the military was like, no, we will guarantee that you will not be attacked or killed if you leave the civilian housing and the hospitals and the schools and so on, and move away.
So where does this go from here? There doesn't seem to be peace or any cessation to the conflict anywhere in the near future. There's some progress in these talks in Saudi Arabia, but these are very like preliminary. Like even if they agree on this one thing, that doesn't mean the war is over or all this ends. Where does this go from here?
Well, the first step is a permanent ceasefire, and there have been suggestions of making Khartoum kind of arms-free zone, which the military opposes, obviously, because they'll say stuff like sovereignty and not sovereignty and blah blah blah. I personally do not have any sympathies for the military because coup and whatnot. But I guess the roadmap I've seen people suggest is first permanent ceasefire and the RSF exiting from Khartoum in particular, and then negotiation of um, uh, what's going to happen next in terms of like the transition. So one of the big issues that kind of halted the transition and what sparked the war is um, all sides knew that you cannot have like two military forces. You cannot have like your Sudanese armed forces and this whole like secondary military, the RSF paramilitary. So a lot of the tension was regarding how do you combine the two forces into one, and how long it's gonna take to do so, and then where do the combined forces report to? So Hemeti was proposing 20 years, basically. He wanted to combine the RSF into the military in a 20-year period, which is obviously an absurd amount of time. It makes zero sense. And the military wanted to do it within like 2 years. And then the civilian political parties who were trying to mediate said maybe like 6 to 10 years, which is also, in my judgment, way too long. But then the other key issue was then where would the military command report to? Obviously, Ahmedi did not want to report to Burhan or report to the head of the military. So his suggestion was that both of them report to the head of the transitional council, the civilian leader of the transitional council, which on paper makes sense. Like in the end, like in the U.S., obviously the commander in chief is the president, who is not a military person, but still the commander in chief of the army. So I guess that's what Hemeti was going for. But in practice, it would not have helped in Sudan because, yes, the commander in chief is the president, but also has like one general underneath him who is kind of like the head of the military. What Hemeti wanted to do was keep kind of indirectly still keep his status as as an independent general and just be parallel to the head of the military while his forces are kind of absorbed over time. So yes, in my judgment, if a permanent ceasefire is achieved, then the way forward is basically to iron out all of these kinks and figure out exactly how you're gonna get all these armed people into the military, and what Hemeti's, what's gonna happen to Hemeti. What's going to happen to Hemeti seems to be not as much as an issue recently. Specifically, I heard he was injured. There's it's not confirmed, but it's very, very likely, basically, that he was injured during one of the early skirmishes. So at this point, I think he'll be happy if he just, makes it out of this alive with his riches.
There's one more thing I wanted to ask about the rapid support forces. If their supplies are heavily reliant upon raiding these supply houses, are they gonna run out of supplies at one point? They can't do this forever if they're running out of men and material.
Yes, so their easiest source of supplies is the raids, but I've looked at the map recently of like the control, and I think they've kept one supply line towards the south, which they still have control over. But I think it's always harder for them to get supplies like from outside Khartoum because it's always open to like military airstrikes. So they still have a supply line they have kind of control over. If they can use, I think, if needed, but obviously they'll prefer to just get their supplies from within the areas they control in Khartoum or other areas controlled by the army if they can.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else that you think we should hit on before we wrap this up?
No, I think it's we touch on all the main things. It's definitely an interesting situation, like Sudan's situation in particular. I definitely encourage people to look into it, look into like how things got here, and see. In the future, you will see Sudan in the news again, whether the war stops soon or after a while, because there is a lot of political polarization due to the war. And then the next step is going to be trying to normalize the political landscape, because one of the things let's say the counter opposition parties have been doing is poisoning the opposition parties and trying to say that the opposition parties are supporting the RSF and there's a reason for the war. So that will make it much easier for the military if and when they kind of take control of.
Is there any truth to that? It wouldn't really make much sense. Is there any truth to the opposition party supporting?
I've seen very little evidence to to support that. So it's all conjecture and circumstantial stuff. So they say that the opposition parties support the RSF because they're not condemning every single thing the RSF does, and they're not standing with the military. For me, the way I see it is that's likely because the opposition parties are trying to act as mediators, and obviously they cannot stand with the army if they want to stop the fighting and act as mediators. So they've been trying to play diplomatically. Again, in my opinion, they've not been doing it in the best way possible. I think you can still play diplomatically while condemning, criminal acts and condemning some of the most atrocious actions from the RSF. You can say like, yes, obviously this is all wrong, and you should do it like frequently and consistently, while trying to get both parties together to stop the fighting. But I haven't seen nothing to suggest that they are actually allied with the RSF and that they bear any responsibility for what's happening in Sudan right now in terms of like the actual war. But yes, it will definitely lead to more military control post-war, one way or another. So definitely I hope everyone keeps their eyes on Sudan, because the next fight, once the RSF is done, I assume it's going to be a civilian military fight. It's going to be the civilian fighting against the military.
That's one thing I wanted to ask, because I got an email after our talk, and the email was asking something like, well, with all the chaos, why don't the civilians like pick up guns and like, because neither of these sides are good, they both suck so much. Why don't the civilians like overthrow, like, it's a very simplistic view of it, but why don't the civilians like pick up guns and fight it out? How are the civilian activists who want to pursue democracy, what are they doing right now? They must be doing something.
Yeah, so there is multiple camps from what I've seen. There are the camps that are more aligned with traditional political parties. They think their role is to just mediate the stop, stop to the armed conflict, and then start another transitional period and get to the elections. Then there are the activists that are against the RSF. So they rank the RSF as an existential crisis to Sudan, and they support the military in the fight against RSF. They'll say like, yes, military bad in general, but RSF much worse, so I'm going to support the military until the RSF is defeated completely and utterly, and then we'll see whatever we can do about the military once that is done. And then there are some people who are want to try to stick to the traditional non-violent revolutionary means, but those generally are not effective once people pick up weapons and fight. They don't want to pick up weapons and fight because it can only make things worse. Like if you start like a third party in the conflict, like if you have then the army, the armed activists, and the RSF, like that can not lead to a good situation. I get their idea is fight the RSF, and then you can more easily do like non-violent action against the military. The issue is once you have two violent parties, you get war. But non-violent action is probably more effective against the military. And Sudan, by the way, is very tribalistic. So if you just start arming a lot of people across Sudan, yes, sure, maybe you can defeat the RSF and you can kind of hold back the military. But eventually, you might end up with a situation like kind of like Libya or Syria, where just there is more fighting along like tribal and ethnic lines. Because again, Sudan has not really been like a stable state. We don't like have like a proper like constitutional democracy. It's always been whoever has the most guns kind of rules. So if everyone has guns, that's just a recipe for disaster. I think nation building is going to be the next step after everything settles down and the fighting stops.
Thank you so much for taking your time to come on today's stream and to talk about this extremely important issue. Is there anything you would want people to go do? Any funds to go donate to? Any things for people to look out for?
No, I'm not familiar with any because it's not even, I think, possible or easy. You can always obviously donate to like the Red Cross or the Red Crescent. I think they've been operating in Sudan, but there haven't been any funds that you can donate to directly in Sudan because Sudan is cut off like from terms of like banking. You actually can't transfer money to Sudan at all directly. But yeah, if you see the Red Crescent or the Red Cross, I know they've been doing very good work trying to keep people afloat because a lot of people have not had like the salaries in 4 months. Water, food, medicine supplies are dwindling. I think it's only through like a lot of this foreign aid that many people have been able to kind of survive this long. So yes, we would definitely appreciate it if you donate to any of these causes. And thanks a lot, obviously, for having me and shedding light on this, important yet kind of isolated topic.
Thank you so much for coming on. Please do stay in contact. And if there's ever an issue on Sudan that you think is important and should be covered, do send it my way, okay?
Yeah, will do. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What a great talk, man. That was great. I know that's not the big streamer like, oh boy, Dylan, you're talking about streamer B and how they fuck streamer. Oh boy, isn't that drama filled? Or oh, Dylan, you disagreed with streamer. Oh, debate time, debate time. But this type of stuff super, super, super important.
Where the fuck is the thing? Is this it?
Very matter of fact about things. Like you're never wrong. Like in the sense that like I understand.
That's what I need my girlfriends to say. See, that's why things don't work out.
And Drew, you saw this. The way the show starts is they play a couple of clips of things you're going to see in the show coming up, like to preview a couple things. And that was one of the things where he goes, "I wish my girlfriend was in that." People like,
I know it didn't make any sense. It was not funny.
No, it's terrible.
I mean, you think you're gonna? They think that you're gonna believe that. Oh, they'll understand why this is so funny when they see it in the show. Wrong.
Well, it's all very forced. And that's the thing that I want to point out. That's why I say that it looks to me like this is a show that came out of a bunch of different brainstorm meetings with a lot of different people throwing out ideas because of all these segments. None of it is really the way that a show naturally goes. Remember, this is the first ever episode. and they're already talking about how the fans can get involved. I can't imagine the balls you'd have to go on a podcast, your first episode, and be like, and here's how you guys can participate. It's like, no, grow something first, and then people care about it.
Of course.
They might want to participate.
No, I think they assume because they were on The Sopranos that this giant pile of people is watching. But no, there's so many podcasts like this out there of people who are nobody's just like them. Because isn't he a nobody? Absolutely a nobody by now?
Yeah, I Googled him, and it says he's a retired actor. So I don't even know what he does anymore.
Is
choice?
No, probably not. Is she still getting roles?
God, I haven't seen her in anything.
Not that I know of.
I can't think of any, and she's beautiful too. But of course, when she talks about her farts and whether they smell or not, I start losing. I mean, even that starts to fall apart. Sounds like
All
she
right, let's
farts
talk
a lot.
about that. So, this is my track number 7, and this is the thing where, for whatever reason, they do this thing, questions from a cup. This is one of the segments they do. And I guess Rob writes a bunch of questions down and puts them in the cup, and then Jamie has to pull them out and answer them.
God, I hate these. I hate segments like this. They're so dumb.
You should address the big coffee cup on the table. So I will always put questions in here, and anytime you want, feel free to reach in, grab one. We could do our first one now. Let's see what you got. I wonder if you could read my writing. My writing is fucking terrible.
That's a good point. What food makes you fart the most?
That was the one.
This is what you were hoping I would say?
No. Here's the deal. I put 10 questions in there, and one of them was stupid. And that is a good omen. Because I swear the rest of them are, we'll take another one after this, and none of them are stupid like that. That's the one stupid one. Wow. That's very YMH.
What's YMH? I'm sorry.
So that's your mom's house, the network they're on, which I find to be insulting. Maybe he's right about that. I don't really watch YMH, but I'd be insulted. They're like, "Whoa, what food makes you fart? This is like the show, the flagship show of this network. They talk about stuff like that." Like, we're a little more highbrow than that, sir. Come on,
oh God.
Hey, isn't Jamie Lynn Sigler? Isn't she married to Lenny Dykstra's kid? Or I don't know if she still is. I mean, why wouldn't they talk about that? That's
Cutter.
Cutter?
Yes.
Cutter
I
Dykstra?
don't know if they still are, but when you were talking about her movies and stuff, I'm like, I haven't seen her in anything, but that's the only thing I remember.
I didn't hear her say a word about it.
They are still married.
Wow.
Okay.
I do have a clip or two about her family that I will play for you. She does talk about some of that. But before we get into that, so now Jamie's got to answer this question. Guys, Mark's already like glossed over. He's like, whatever. So she farts. I don't care. No. We got to get to the bottom of this. What foods are going to make her fart a lot? So this is her hilarious answer.
So Rob knows this about me, that my farts don't stink. Let's first put that out there.
Your husband's outside. I wonder if he agrees.
He can attest. I don't have smelly farts. However, I have farts that come unannounced that I'm unprepared for that are loud.
Could you imagine being in that booth?
No.
And you pretend that that's funny?
No.
What a horrible job.
I suspect they've been encouraged to do that, to open the mics, because normally you don't even have those mics open. They all have microphones right in their face.
One of the commenters earlier mentioned that the one guy does all the shows on the Your Mom's House network, and he does that for every single show.
Correct. That's part of the formula. They've been doing that. Tom Segura's been doing that forever. There's actually a guy from Buffalo who I kind of know, who was the guy that was his role on the show, was to laugh really hard at everything that they said. Like, if you watch Two Bears, One Cave, that horrible Tom and Bert Kreischer show, Bert Kreischer will just be like, what if we ate peanut butter and then try to have a conversation? Just hear, like, it's the funniest concept ever brought up on a show before. You're like, Jesus Christ.
Carl, this is off the subject, but have you seen The Machine, the movie?
No, but actually, my buddy Tony from Hack the Movies wants me to go on his show and do a review of it, so I'm going to have to watch it.
It sounds so bad. I haven't seen it, but it sounds awful.
Hasn't he built his whole career on that story?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, but this movie, though, because I watched the trailer on Who Are These Socials, this movie, though, is not that story. They show you that story, but then you fast forward 20 years and it like happened. He goes back to Russia again.
Oh.
And it's crazy. adventure with his dad, who's played by Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
So that's like the premise of the.
I also saw, is it who De Niro played his dad in the movie? Sebastian Maniscalco, I think, had a movie out too.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I saw De Niro on the Today Show. De Niro looked so absolutely like he was phoning this in. He didn't even smile. He was so bummed out to be promoting this movie. And then I read it was horrible. Worse than The Machine, I think.
I'm done with De Niro and comedies. Can we all stop this with De Niro being the fun guy?
And it doesn't help for him to make appearances if he hates the movie, which he clearly did.
It's probably true. Okay, so let's get back to talking about her family. So they were on this road trip and the car broke down and they were in the middle of Alabama or something and there's a hurricane coming through. So she's talking about she has 2 young kids. I think they're 5 and 9, if I'm not mistaken. So she's talking about the younger son of my track number 3. This is kind of embarrassing.
Now our kids are starting to ask what's going on. They're looking up from their iPads. They're a little sweaty.
And your son has something we call nervous poops.
And my youngest son has nervous poopies where any kind of, whether it's exciting things or nervous things, it makes him have to poop 75 times a day. So now he's looked up from the iPad. It's like, I got to poop. I'm like, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I can't imagine if my mom was on a podcast when I was younger, I would be so angry at her. Why are you telling the world my business, Mom? This has nothing to do with your audience.
This must have been a conversation between them, and I guarantee you say, oh my God, stand for the podcast. Because it's about shit. So therefore shit equals funny. I don't know. I can't imagine why else she would tell that stupid story.
Just worried about that kid. Every time he gets nervous, he's gonna shit. That's
Or
weird.
when they were talking about the farting too, she went into much more detail about starting from putting things into her mouth all the way through her body until either shit or farts come out the back end. I was like, why is she doing this? She's pretty
They're
cute.
trying so hard. They're trying so hard to be entertaining.
I know. No, it's painful because they are trying, and they have bits. I mean, I give them credit because I've heard so many shows where they just think that, hey, just us talking is plenty good enough. But they're trying, but they're trying way too hard, and somebody needs to tell them to stop trying so hard, and that their ideas suck. All of their ideas suck really bad.
I don't think they have good chemistry at all. I mean, you would think working
Not
together
really.
they would, but
it's okay. I guess they're friends, kind of, sort of.
Well, they worked together when they were either children or in their early 20s, 20 years ago.
Right.
So you got to keep that in mind as well. So, all right, we're going to set up another bit here. And this is a bit called That's Crazy, Dude.
Oh, my God.
Rob's excited about this one. And what they do is they play a couple of video segments of a guy playing Madden.
This is so bad.
Because the guy's losing at Madden.
Yeah, he's getting pissed.
He's like, what the hell? This game sucks. Whenever he's freaking out. And every time they play it, everyone in the booth, everyone's just like, yeah, this is what people do when they play video games. They get really frustrated.
Yeah,
and
it's not that unusual.
My track number 9, he sets up the wrong clip. But either way, this is the thing he wants to get to for this segment.
Asking for a punt. Ball 4th and 2 when I can't catch the ball right there? That's crazy, dude.
Okay, no, that's not him at the end of his rope. What that is so when we were discussing segments that I wanted to do on the show, a lot of them pointed towards the same thing, which is just people doing crazy shit and me being like,
that's crazy, dude.
You know, so I want this, they said be careful or he's going to turn into a internet meme. I want him to live on in this show. And whenever we think something's a little nutty, we can.
That's crazy, dude.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
I think some of the things that jump off at the beginning to me is how come at a wedding, every wedding I go to, there's some woman in her 50s in the front row filming it with an iPad?
That's crazy.
Now, no one agrees with him on that. No one else has seen that happen. I've never seen that happen.
Weren't you surprised that no one backed him up? I thought one of those guys would go, oh, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Well,
but
they
nobody
tried
did.
to. They go, well, maybe not a wedding, but maybe, something else I've seen. But what's so bad about that is that he's trying to create this drop that they're going to use on future episodes. But those things happen organically. You can't force that to happen. Like, isn't this a crazy video? I was just like, I don't know, kind of. And he's like, well, from now on, we're going to hit this drop. You guys are going to remember this video. Like, okay, if you say so.
It's not that great a drop either. I mean, it's okay.
Not good.
Yeah.
Brandon, can you pull it?
I already wrote that down to pull it because that's going in our system right now.
Very ironically.
Oh, it's painful. When you can't get the producers to kind of just go along with you because you're so far off. I mean, those guys just didn't want to apparently extend their credibility that far to say, oh, yeah, see people with iPads at weddings all the time recording them. That was a painful show. It really was.
Yeah. Even Jamie Lynn goes, well, I might go to classier weddings than you because I've never seen that.
It's a good line, though. It's a good way to cover it. Yeah.
Right about that. All right. Then they do F, Marry, Kill. Let's skip that one. It doesn't.
I know.
And then,
Carl, why wouldn't somebody say, that's so cliche. It's so done. You've got too many bits in this show already.
Yeah,
I mean, can't you kill any time talking about the shows of The Sopranos?
F, Marry, Kill was interesting in the 90s when I used to hear Howard Stern do it with guests. And apparently they were doing it on a show called Pajama Pants. Now, I didn't realize that Rob and Jamie Lynn were on a show called Pajama Pants with this other guy, Kasem G. That pod faded back in December.
Oh, boy.
So now they brought these two back together again. I guess Kasem G is the odd man out on this one. And so they're just like, F, Marry, Kill. She's like, I don't know. All right. So they do that. And then this is the dumbest game ever. So they're going to do Sopranos trivia. And it's so convoluted. And Drew, you pointed this out because we were texting about this today. My track number 11, this is not how anything works.
Neither of us have watched The Sopranos
In its entirety, correct.
in its entirety. You've watched
I've
more
watched
than me
a
because you
few
watched them during
seasons. I've
COVID.
watched almost 4.
Right. So what we're going to do is they're going to ask us a question about Sopranos, and we're going to keep a tally whenever we do this. And it's going to see at the end of, we'll do 20, 30, whatever questions, or we'll always find out the score. I don't know. We can
Write
we'll
in
figure it
to
out.
Not Today Pal podcast at gmail.com.
And
Great idea.
send us videos and voicemails of things that you're going through in your life, and you want us to discuss how you would handle it in a sweet way, how I would handle it in a sour way, and ultimately what we think the better decision is on how people should handle problems in their life.
And also email what you think the prize should be for who wins The Sopranos.
No, no.
Do our show for us.
It's so bad.
They're asking for way too much.
Yeah.
But also, I love the fact that they go, okay, we're going to do Sopranos trivia. Neither of us have ever seen it. That would be like on the Drew and Mike shows. I have an idea. Let's do a segment where we ask Drew about Star Wars.
Yeah, you're right.
What's the point of this? Like, everyone knows Sopranos better than you two do because we've all watched it a million times. You've never even seen it. Then why are you doing Sopranos trivia? That's dumb. It's a waste of time.
Why did I watch it if they're not going to watch it?
I got to tell you, I want to hear the phone call where they call and go, yeah, we get some videos and emails in on problems with the sweet and sour reactions. No, nothing. What about the suggestions for the prize? Nah, nothing.
Not one.
Because they're not getting any emails and they're getting no videos. None.
But you know what I mean, Drew, where it was very segmented. You had all these things that they've obviously talked about. Okay, then we're going to do this. Then we're going to do this. The transitions weren't great, but it was edited together. Now compare that to, I just started a new show called Who Are These Broadcasters? My buddy Christian Blatt. We just did our pilot episode. And we had a bunch of different segments on there. And I'll tell you how we prepared that show. He sent me an email and said, here are the things that I think we should do on our show. And I went, all right, perfect. That was it.
But you guys have done you guys have done shows together before.
It's true.
It could have been well beyond your rookie show because I listened to about 25 minutes of it and it sounded good.
Andrew wrote on the chat, he wrote, is there any more work we need to do to watch their show? Do we need to watch their fucking cars? Like, what else do we have to do here?
I know, it's crazy.
A lot of work. Emails. The first email needs to be about this. The second one about that. I'll play you one more clip on here. My track number 4. So Rob is talking about how he used to have this gym in his building in LA where there was this one guy who would just put boogers on the wall.
Oh, I think the way to handle that is like in Casino when they catch the guy cheating and they take him in the back and they're like, oh, which hand? I'd be like, which hand do you pick your nose with? I'm not doing this. The people who somebody's got to do it. Like, what hand do you pick your nose with? And then they bash his hand with a hammer.
See, this is my problem. Everyone who's ever been on The Sopranos thinks they were in the mafia. Have you noticed that? So I see these guys all over the place, and they all talk like this. It's just like, oh, you know what I would have done? What would you have done? You were in theater before you were cast on The Sopranos. What are you talking about?
Forget about it.
And you were hammered.
He's a skinny runt, too. He's not going to be badassing anybody.
It's 5'6".
That was, oh God, it was painful. I think it's because I didn't know they had pod faded in December, Carl. So they obviously blamed it on the third guy who's not in this show and said, we're going to get organized and we're going to plan this show out. And they've well overdone it. And whether they'll ever figure it out, I don't know, because they don't have much chemistry, and that's really what it's all about. So sorry.
And Drew, I'll tell you this episode, it came up 5 days ago. It's got 120,000 views. So it's on a big network. It's getting eyeballs on it. I can't figure out who the target audience is for it, though, because honestly, I think people who like Jamie Lynn, like Meadow Soprano, great. She's very attractive. That's fine. Nobody liked AJ on that show.
No.
People who are Sopranos fans wouldn't watch this because they don't know anything about the Sopranos. They don't really talk about it. I'm not sure who the target audience. Like, if they, I would love to be in one of those meetings. Just raise my hand and go. So who's going to listen to this thing?
Yeah.
Carl, did you read comments where people saying, "Oh, I love this show"?
I didn't see anyone saying they loved this show. No.
Okay, because 120,000 views that's pretty good. I mean, that has potential, but I think the view number is going to go down, 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 down.
Maybe we'll see.
I'll be surprised if it doesn't. I'm going to keep an eye on it because that's bad.
Hey, it's got a 5-star rating after 117 reviews, so it's off to a good start.
What? That's got to be Friends and those producer guys.
This new podcast is awesome. I love the sweet and sour energy between Rob and Jamie.
Oh, come on. That's so fake. Read a couple more.
I'm
Brandon.
super excited for this new podcast. Jamie is awesome. Rob's cool too. Wow. I've been looking forward to this for months. So happy the gang is back together. Looking forward to listening each week.
Oh, so these are people that listened to him before.
These are fake. There's no way.
And it's before it even posted.
There's no human being this simple. I don't think.
The last episode of that Pajamas podcast I was telling you about, I checked that out and it had like 40,000 views. So I'm guessing that was probably on a sharp decline.
Yeah.
And then they said, okay, let's try to reboot it somehow, get some new life going.
Well, yeah, different network. I mean, this wasn't on Segura's network, was it? The previous one?
I think it was.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Oh, God, really? And I'm surprised they'd reboot. Honestly.
It's got 412 Twitter followers on their Twitter. Or their X, whatever it's called.
Hey, they get a lot of likes and comments and retweets.
Let's see. The last thing they posted has 9 likes. No retweets, no comments.
Sorry to hear that.
Now,
boy.
Drew, I know we're running along, but I know you want to talk about Opie. I got 2 quick clips if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I asked you to play because I'm really tired of hearing him say the same thing. I'm curious to hear if you picked the clips. You probably did. I go ahead.
Right. So Opie now is finding himself. He's realizing that there's a lot of controversy going on right now. They call it Podcast Wars 2023. And, Stuttering John making his return and all the Chad Zumach shenanigans and Misery Loves Company and BS show on the Shuli Network. And who are these podcasts? All these different shows all have interchanging guests and controversies going on, squabbles. So my track number 20, Opie talking about how he's better than all of this.
Hey, sir, Reverend Bob, Shuli, Kevin Brennan, and Stuttering John were all saying they sent you the link last night. Would you ever go on with them? Man, I'm a big get right now in the Podcast Wars of 2023. and I haven't clicked on it. I saw a link from Chad. Chad sent me a link. I might jump on one of those silly live streams. They're all just silly live streamers. That son of a bitch, Kevin Brennan, makes thousands of dollars on super chats. What am I doing wrong? I'm better than stupid Kevin Brennan. Are you kidding me? Do I have to join the podcast wars of 2023 to get real money coming in on this dumb thing? Join the podcast war. Destroy both sides. They can't handle the broadcasting knowledge and skills. You got that right. What you got? What you got? What you got? You can't hit me. What you got? I would crush them like a bug.
Okay, then why don't you?
Then just do it.
Why does he? Because he can't.
I don't know what he's waiting for.
Let's look at what happened.
Yeah.
Carl, he keeps saying that, yeah, you may be doing something right now, but you'll never touch the Opie and Anthony show. He keeps saying that. It's like, yeah, Reggie Jackson used to clean up for the Yankees too, but he can't now because he can't. You, however, being in broadcasting, you should be able to do something about this since you're talking so much shit. But it looks to me like the draw of the show was Anthony and Jim, because when Anthony does stuff, he gets a big audience. Jim is doing very well. Opie is the one who gets 500 views, and yet he somehow can't give any credit to these people except to say that they'll never do what the Opie and Anthony show did. He started out with this giant audience, and he is not able to give credit to people who started out from scratch, just from organically starting podcasts, who have wildly passed him, and he can't give them an inch of credit when he can't do close to what they're doing. And he keeps suggesting they're not making any money. I don't know, why is he so pompous about it? Because he's doing nothing. His ego should be shattered by now.
I will say this though, pretty cool sweepers in and out of segments there. I mean,
I like his sweepers too. I agree.
I'm sure he did them.
I played a clip on. No, he did not. He's got help.
What?
I played a clip on the show the other day where he was talking about how he was checking out my show a little bit. He's like, he's not good at this at all. We would have crushed him back in the day.
Yeah,
Nobody had the show crush this guy. And it's like, okay, so you're admitting you need Anthony and Jim? Yeah. If you crush me, then do it. What are you waiting for?
Carl, he's got 150,000 subscribers, and he gets 100 views or 1,000 views or something. I mean, you've got 20,000 subscribers you built from scratch in the last 5 or 6 years, and you get wildly more views than he does. We get more views than he does, and he's from this giant show. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from the show. The show was huge. Of course it was. I give them credit. But why is it that he has to constantly put down all these people now and act like, oh, yeah, if I felt like it, I would just crush you? Well, then just crush them.
He's been saying that for years. I remember him saying that if he wanted to, he'd be bigger than Joe Rogan in podcasting. It's like, Opie, slow your roll, buddy. What are you doing?
I don't think
That's
he does.
not the guy to go after.
Do you think he doesn't do his homework? Because sometimes I heard him say one time, it was on your show, he said, I talked to my agent, and he said he Googled all these low-level podcasts like Carl, and he can't find anything on them. It's like, no, we know that's not true.
Because you can't even find these guys. Yeah, go Google who are these podcasts, how many pages.
No, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I really don't, which is embarrassing. He just can't handle the fact that people have passed him by. It's 2023. It's not 2013 now, Opie.
Now, there's another clip I have here, my track 21, and he's talking to this guy named Jake Hudson. Now, Jake Hudson is this dude who lives in a trailer somewhere in middle America, and I don't know if he's all there. And he gets on all these shows. I'm not sure why. I don't know if he's like a whack pack or something, but just the fact that Opie has him as the guest on his show and says this is pretty incredible.
I'd like to point out too, before I play it, he's got great window treatments.
Oh, does he?
Hire Sog. Oh no! Don't. I ain't hiring any of these people. None of these live streamers. Jake, let me explain something to you.
Can you pause it real quick?
No.
Yes.
Person who's messaging him, his name is Huge Asshole.
Yeah.
That's an important note to make. Also, it says, hire Sal Gavrinelli as your Anthony-style sidekick. Now, Sal Gavrinelli works for the Howard Stern show.
Yeah.
So he's not part of any of this, but Opie doesn't know that. He's an idiot. All right, keep it going.
I like like too
gotta be
that
kidding me.
that Hugh Jassel, his picture is Steven Seagal. Yeah, really dark hair.
Carl, how about those names that people were trying to throw at John to get him to say, like Gay Bathhouse? Gabe, Gabeathouse, Athhouse. Some of those names were killing me.
Hey, let me explain something to you.
Sorry.
No, there's no sorries, but I'm going to give everybody a little reality today.
Great
Like,
view.
I was on top of the mountain
this
with the
guy,
radio
by the
show.
way.
I know he's leaned in so far to his camera. You just see this bright bald head. Why is he
and his window
Are
treatment.
there those great window treatments?
Is he trying to make room for the window treatment? Is that what he's doing?
I don't know, but he's got it perfectly framed in his shot. That's
Oh my God, is that horrible?
Like, I was on top of the mountain with the radio show.
Oh, yeah.
And then I did very well on my own before and after.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. None of these live streamers in the end impressed me at all. Not one. Give me one guy that impresses you where I could do a full-time show with. There's not one of them.
No.
They're not impressing me by sniping and yelling and screaming at each other day after day. Not one. Are they bigger than me right now? Yes, they are. I have to admit that. But they don't impress me, considering where I was with my radio show.
Okay. Carl, he's not good enough to do a show with any of these people. He would have nothing to add. They would be the ones who'd be hurt by having him on.
And the good news is he's not the target audience for any of these shows. So the fact that he doesn't think they're very good doesn't mean anything.
I just think he's jealous or something, because I don't understand, why couldn't he give them a modicum of credit coming from nowhere virtually? I mean, Kevin Brennan, of course, has an audience from stand-up, but a lot of you and some of the other guys, they've just tried to build something from nothing, and they've built something, and he just has to say, but you'll never be Opie and Anthony, or me before and after Opie and Anthony. What did he do after Opie and Anthony? I don't know what he's talking about, honestly.
After Opie and Anthony, he went to Afternoons, but he didn't want that gig. Then he got fired. Then he went to Westwood One as a podcaster. Then he got fired from that because he lost his audience immediately, and he's done nothing since then. The fact that Opie is bragging about anything he's done outside of Anthony or Jim Norton is insane to me.
He may have had a giant audience. They did. I hand it to him. They were huge. Howard Stern and Opie and Anthony were the biggest shows, the shows that I would have aspired to be in my format, because I was in Rock 2 and in, Hot Talk or whatever you want to call it. However, he also would have lost more audience than anyone in that format too, because now he has no audience, and he started with that giant audience. He has nothing.
Drew, isn't it very convenient that Opie says no one could do what Opie and Anthony did? That's because technology has changed. Yeah. The entire landscape has changed. That doesn't exist anymore. There's no such thing as a show that's going to get picked up by a company and become the #1 show. Even Call Her Daddy, which I don't think is great, built an audience and then got signed to a big deal with Spotify. But they had to build an audience first, whereas Opie and Anthony, they get hired by XM, and now they're a national show. And then Sirius acquires XM, and now they're on Sirius XM, and now they're in 30 million cars. Like, there's no such thing as that anymore.
No, there isn't. And I would say that show could be great now. If it just came along now, it'd be a great show. It probably wouldn't be as big because of the scenario of the times itself. But the reason it'd be big is because of Anthony and Jim, not because of him. Hasn't he figured out that, when the team splits up, a lot of times you find out that, wow, the team was really mostly that guy, or it was mostly that guy, or neither one of them are shit on their own. But in this case, it seems we found out that, well, Jim seems to do really well. Anthony seems to do really well. Opie, not so much. So I don't know why he talks so much shit, honestly. It's even pathetic.
Sam Roberts, who joined them as an intern and was, a producer on the show, whatever that role was, he is now the host. He's now in Opie's chair on the Jim and Sam show, morning radios on Sirius. Sam Roberts is way more successful than Opie is now.
I agree.
And all Opie does is say he sucks, and Jim and Sam's a terrible show, and it's the worst. It's like, Opie, it's a bad look. You seem bitter. You just seem bitter when you say that.
Yeah, not only does he put all those people down, none of those people like him, which is even worse. It's like, why does he have no friends among all those people? Seems to me somebody's getting exposed the more time goes on. But
It's a common denominator, as us mathematicians like to say.
No, very much so. And this recently, he was talking shit about how, some guy, some executive in the radio industry has heard what I'm doing, really likes what I'm doing, even though no one watches it. I don't even believe that. This story sounds like fiction. He wants to put me together with somebody and put me on in New York City, but he wants me to go in, and I don't want to go in, and I don't want to work with another Anthony's like, are you kidding me? Why are you acting so cocky about this? It's like you'd be really lucky if anybody even offered you that. I don't even believe him. I think he's talking complete bullshit.
It's like he had all the leverage. He goes, listen, I would go work for a company again, but they got to do it on my terms. I want to broadcast from my house in the Hamptons and from my apartment in Manhattan. You're like, dude, this is not. You don't have that leverage anymore.
No,
buddy.
he has none.
Or drive. It sounds like.
Carl, we still got some tickets for the Magic Bag on September the 15th. We do, right?
We do. WATPlive.com is where you want to go to purchase your tickets. September 15th, it's a Friday night, and the Wolverines have a night game on Saturday night, so it won't interfere with your other weekend plans. And the Tigers, I know everyone's going to Tigers games right now. They're out of town that weekend, so you don't have to worry about that.
That's a good time to come in, though, if you want to go to a Michigan game, because it's not a Big Ten game. You'd probably be able to get tickets easily, wouldn't you, Mark?
Yeah. I mean, I got Carl's covered.
Oh, yeah.
We've already talked.
Of course, Carl's covered.
Yeah.
But
we'll be in the one part of the stadium where you can drink. The part that's already been approved.
Excited.
I want to mention that Ted Williams it looks like he's coming. It looks like it's on target.
I'll believe when I see it.
I'm just saying, they've cut the audio for us. They received the payment somehow. It took a long time. We figured it out. I think he's coming. I could be wrong. I mean, it's crazy. It's a guessing game, but it looks like, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think he's going to be there.
This is exciting. Now, will he be there for the meet and greet beforehand? Will he hang out afterwards to talk to people?
He loves the meet and greet. According to his guy, Ted loves taking selfies. He loves meeting people. We already know that about him because we've met him. He's a very genial guy.
He'll do that part.
No, he's really cool.
All right, so I got to tell Troy Smith because he's making our poster for the show. And of course, everyone who comes to the meet and greet gets a signed poster as well. We got to incorporate the golden voice into that poster.
All right.
Awesome.
And Carl, what's on the show? Who are these broadcasters? When does that come out? And when does Who Are These Socials come out? Thursday night, correct?
So Who Are These Socials with Blind Mike? That's every Thursday night at 6 p.m. We'll be doing that. Now, of course, the big one is in lieu of my regular episode of Who Are These Podcasts, tomorrow at 6 p.m. live on our YouTube channel. It'll be the great debate between Stuttering John and myself. We still have to come up with a name for it. I'm going on Shuli's show tomorrow morning to promote that. So if we can get a name before that, that'd be great. I'd appreciate it.
Go to motion.
What I want to present to you today, John has said many times that I think I'm Howard Stern. Now, I don't do anything that Howard Stern does. I've never tried to be like Howard Stern, but that's what John knows as a guy who's good at broadcasting. So he pretends that I'm copying Stern. What I'm going to show you today is that John's actually the one who thinks he's Howard Stern. the way he's interviewing this woman is reminiscent of how Howard would talk to attractive female guests back when Howard was actually entertaining and interesting to listen to. The problem is that John doesn't pick up on any of the clues that this isn't working. Like, anyone else doing this interview would have pivoted long before John ever does. So we'll start here.
Well, the thing I like about you, Elise, is that you're an open book. And you know, I appreciate that because you just blatant, just without even worrying, you said, oh yeah, I had sex with Vin Diesel.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't have sex with Vin Diesel. I went out with Vin Diesel.
Well, Ethan Hawke.
Oh yeah, him I did, yeah.
And David Blaine.
Him I did, yeah.
Why is that funny?
Have you seen David Blaine?
Okay, now it's funny. Is that why he's laughing at that? He's just like, no, what I love about you is that you came out and said you fucked Vin Diesel. It's like, no, I didn't. I didn't fuck Vin Diesel. So his research staff is not doing a good job for him already.
His team?
Yeah, his team's not doing him any favors on that. So I don't know why John thought that was such a hilarious answer, that she slept with like these celebrities. But now John's got a follow-up question on this.
So who was, just be honest with me, and I know you will be, who was better in bed? Benji, Ethan, or David?
Well, Benji's the best guy out of all those guys. So
But who was better in bed? Just bet.
Nobody's good in bed. Only like two people in my life have been good in bed.
Okay, so you see what's happening here. Elisa Jordana does not like sex. She just said nobody's good in bed. And maybe two people. Maybe that's about it. So right here, you got to kind of change your pattern.
No, you keep asking questions related to her sex life.
Oh, okay. Well, guess what, Doug? You're right. That's precisely what John decides to do.
People are good before you get to that, I think. It's like very exciting. Like I like the time, like when you're the courting area, the courting stage is like the most fun. Like once you get to the sex part, it's like so, like I don't like that part. That's like my least favorite part. I like when you first meet the person, it's like super exciting. You're imagining all these great things, and then it just goes downhill from there.
But you do get excited, right? Like about
like sex or like hooking up with somebody. Yeah. Before I do, it's very exciting.
And then when you do, it's just a letdown. Usually,
yeah, definitely.
She seems fun.
So no squirting discount then?
25% off. Now, I have to say, and she said that only two people were good, and he asked who those people were, and she goes, you know what, I just came up with a number. I don't even remember ever having a good time. I just want to say this to Elisa. If sex with everyone sucks, it might be you. It's very possible that that's a Lisa problem. All right.
Or she's just trying to be very unsexy and get out of this topic.
Yeah, that's also very possible, although I've heard her talk like this before.
Oh, okay.
Eric Shun with $2 says, Elisa's beautiful. John looks like a grandma. And he leaves this up on the screen for a very long time, which is always fun. Yeah. Why not get insulted for $2? Yeah. Dignity, schmignity. That's what I would say.
I say that too.
All right. Now we're going to find out why John chose Florida. As we know, John and I are neighbors. And the reason why John decided to move to Florida is this.
And in West Palm Beach, I haven't met anyone, not one soul. And I've been here for like a few months. And I go out
in Florida, it's 8 women to every man.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
8 single women to every man.
Now, I doubt that's true.
Yes, single women.
But if that is true, they're widows.
Right.
Right? Because women live longer than men. And that's where people go to retire and die.
Yeah.
So John's sitting there going, oh, yeah, I'm going to be scoring nonstop in Florida. Watch out. He thinks he's going on a college campus or something. It's like, no, that's not what this is at all, John. All right. I'm sorry. We got sidetracked. Let's get back to sexy talk. I know that's what Doug wants to do. He wants to learn more about this woman who doesn't have a sex life. Talk about sex.
I think it's 2 people that don't have a sex life talking about sex.
Oh, yeah. By the way, we do get into that. That is very true.
Great.
On the phone in one of our lengthy chats, he said that any woman who says she orgasmed during intercourse is lying. The only way that a woman's gonna be able to orgasm is through oral sex. That's what you said.
I said that? Wow, I say a lot of stuff.
In a private message to me.
I remember everything.
In a private
You
conversation.
remembered that, that's for sure. Okay,
Well, how could I not?
So I think, yeah, I don't know. Like, I can't imagine like having an orgasm from penetration. Maybe some people have. I can't imagine that happening.
Wow. Dynamite stuff there, John. You're really getting this girl to say some sexy stuff right there. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, I don't like dick. It doesn't do anything for me. She doesn't like sex, John. She's been pointing this out.
Yeah, but just keep talking.
All right. So if you talk to a girl who doesn't like sex about sex, there's only one thing you could do that's worse than that as an interviewer. And that would be this.
Everybody's different. I was just speaking for myself. I'm kind of an unusual person anyway, so.
And how old are you?
I'm old. I'm very old. I'm your age.
No, really.
No, not your age. I don't say it, John.
This is going great.
I can't believe you just asked her, how old are you?
How
And
much
she's
do you weigh?
Yeah, right. That's next.
These are the questions you do not ask a woman. He's such an asshole. Oh my gosh. And then this gets even crazier because he asks if, she asks if he's having sex. And he says, not as much as I used to because I'm ugly now. So that was kind of a good deflection on her part. But then John asks the next worst question you could possibly ask, aside from how much you weigh and how old are you?
So how many guys would you say? How many guys have you slept with?
So in the last 3 years, none. In the last 10 years, like 2. But in my 20s, I was like a very happening person.
So how many you think? Over 10?
In my 20s, it was like, I could think of like probably 5 offhand then.
But how many
I was
total?
popular. Total, like
10, 20?
under 10. Under 10.
Wow, you're
Yeah, under 10. Because these recent years, there've been nobody.
So John is applauding her for not having a lot of sexual partners. She doesn't like sex, John. I don't know why you're not understanding this. She keeps telling you over and over again. This is not her thing. She's not into it.
Well, I mistakenly said that his superpower is he's incapable of being embarrassed. He's incapable of taking a hint.
Correct. He has no idea.
He can deflect anything.
Now, I, like a lot of people, first met Elisa when she was on the Howard Stern show dating Benji Bronk. And I remember how much she used to talk about how she didn't fuck him when they were dating. So this is a pattern here. And for some reason, John is just not picking up on it. And also, what was that slut-shaming thing where he applauded her for... I don't know. So that was the right answer then, I guess?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, so apparently there was a right answer and she gave it.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Don't even understand how that works. All right, so then they talk about if, John, I guess she hooked up with a guy, or didn't hook up with him, but met a guy from like her Discord channel or something. And so she asked John if he's ever hooked up with a chatter, as they call them.
Customers are more likely to open emails they can trust. Get a professional email from GoDaddy and match your website. Build your brand.
I think he's like Mexican. This guy from my chat. I met a guy from my chat last year. Have you ever met somebody? Oh, you did meet somebody from your chat.
Did I? Who?
Did they like threaten to kill you or something?
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah, I have someone like that too.
How do you know that?
I knew. No,
you literally pointed a gun at the camera and go, "This is for you."
So I met up with a guy like similar to that situation, except he brought a screwdriver.
Orange juice and vodka? I love how she just trumped him. That was great. He's like, yeah, she sent me a photo of her holding a gun. And she's like, yeah, well, this guy I went out with him and he brought a screwdriver along with us on the date. Like, oh, that seems scarier than what I just said. Whoops, my bad. I love that she remembers Heather W. and John does not.
Yeah, right.
It's very funny. All right. So then they go back and forth a little bit. And now Elisa's going to get to the story here about this guy that she went on a date with, this Mexican guy from Discord that she thought was a good guy.
But then I went out with him on Valentine's Day, and he did bring a screwdriver to the date. And I ended up handcuffing him because I didn't trust him. I thought he could kill me.
Wait, you have handcuffs?
Just in case, yeah, just in case of something like that.
Oh, is that the only reason why you have handcuffs?
No, they're not like sexy handcuffs. They're police grade handcuffs because I do a lot of like IRL streaming with strangers and fans that I don't know who they are.
Fucking John's just not getting the hint. Ooh, handcuffs. Ooh,
yeah, he's jacking off right now.
Yeah, it's like, John, she's not bringing sex toys with her. She hates sex.
They're not furry, okay?
Yeah, I don't know what you think this is. And then did you roll some dice? One of them says lick, and the other one has a part of the body.
He had the screwdriver to my throat, like all the way in your throat. Did you take it all the way in?
How deep? That whole story didn't make any fucking sense. John had no follow-up questions. I'd be like, well, how do you handcuff a guy who wants to hurt you? What do you mean you carry around handcuffs? Is she great at like tackling guys and getting their arms behind their back? And
I would watch that.
That'd be interesting. Maybe I'll have to tune into her IRL stream that she's doing.
Let's stream with her.
All right. So then my buddy Gonzo Shitcock calls in to Lisa while she's on the show, and she pulls it up for John. And this is what I was talking about the other day, where this was Gonzo who told me this. We were DMing, and he said, I think the reason why John is so much more animated now is because he's used to teaching 10-year-olds. And so he acts like a clown in front of them, and they all giggle and stuff. And he's just like, yeah, I got it. You know, and so now he's going on the internet and doing the same thing. So Gonzo gets to ask him that question.
Oh, wait, I'm getting a call. Hold on. Oh, it's Gonzo. Hey, Gonzo.
Hey, Gonzo.
What?
Oh, also, and I don't know if this is true or not, but John had a friend in D.C. named Gonzo back in the day because he was trying to stay at Gonzo's house when he was doing his D.C. trip to interview celebrities. Different Gonzo. So John's like, oh, it's Gonzo. So, you know, this is Gonzo Shitcock from the Howard Stern Show who goofs on you, John. But anyway.
So.
What's up?
Hey, can John hear me? Or are you?
Can you hear Gonzo?
Could you hold him closer to the...
Where would I go? Would I hold closer to here? Okay, Go ahead, Gonzo.
Hey, what's up, John? It's Gonzo. I just wanted to ask, I'm a big fan, John. I just wanted to know if you can unblock me on Twitter. And then I had another question, too.
Okay.
John, do you think that since you've been back, your big return, your personality, I noticed, is a lot more animated and like kind of like quirky? Do you think that's because you've been teaching children and your audience has been children, and now you're like doing the same comedy like for children, like with the crazy expressions and stuff, and the you know the big affect and all
the balloons?
I could answer that. I'm just happier to do it now.
I know why, because you're probably more relaxed.
Well, yeah, because at least I was doing politics for the longest time.
Yeah.
And, you know, I would have congressmen and women on. So it was very, and I had to do research, I had to read books. You know, when I had a guest on that was an author, I had to read books.
Pause it. I had congressmen and women on, and it was fucking miserable.
Yeah. That's what he just said. That's what he just said. He goes, I had to read book. I had to read book.
And my computer won't on now, so we got that.
I think he was miserable because he had to do research and know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
What a pain in the ass that is. So this is so much better now.
And he's a teacher.
Well, he goes into talking about how rewarding it is to be a teacher. And this is just fantastic.
And let me tell you something, Lisa. Like, the good thing about doing that is that the kids, like, the notes they write you and like the cards they give you,
which they're forced to do, by the way. This is not a voluntary thing. There's like a teacher appreciation day, and then they write little notes to other teachers. Hey, Mr. Melendez, you're great. And he's like, oh, whoa, really? Me? Little me?
I'm invited to one of I have a special needs kid who
three of them
who invited me to a birthday party. In a few days, I'm going to go to a birthday party.
He won't shut up about this.
He's going to a special needs kid's birthday party. What? I want Mr. Melendez at my party. I want Mr. Melendez at my party. All right. We'll see if he's busy. He's not busy. He'll be here. That's insane.
To a birthday party. I mean,
that's so great. Wow.
Yeah,
you're a big boy.
That part of it was great for me. Like when I walked down the halls, Mr. Melendez, you're my favorite teacher. Mr. Melendez, like
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way kids are yelling, "You're my favorite teacher," because then like the kid's science teacher's like, "No." Yeah. He's standing right behind the kid. He's like, "Oh, damn it."
So that part of it is so rewarding, and a lot of the teachers also knew that that the way I teach, I make it fun.
In our rapidly changing world, we are demanding more from the places and.
Now, he's going to give an example of what he was able to make fun when he teaches. And I swear I've heard him say this at least 4 times since he's come back. This is the proof that he's a very fun and informed science teacher. I bet you already know what he's about to say here, Producer Chris.
Now, so even though you learn that Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system, it's in a fun way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you could make it fun. You could bring your personality to it.
Yes.
Holy shit, John.
So
Unbelievable.
in all fairness to your previous point, I once had a teacher that got in trouble for drinking whiskey during class.
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite teacher.
Yes, good point. Those always are the drug. I had a drug addict math teacher. He was my favorite too. He was great. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
I had a few.
Yeah. It was the teachers who wanted me to learn and succeed. I was just like, oh, fucking riding my ass. Fuck this person.
Facts and figures. Jesus.
Grades. That's all you ever talk about. You want me here on time and studying and bringing homework. Fuck this asshole.
Again with the Mars shit. Jesus Christ, this is math class.
Yeah, right.
Holy shit. That one random fact that Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system, he has brought up at least 4 times. And I don't watch every second of what he's doing. He's probably brought it up dozens of times at this
He probably
point.
still names Pluto as a planet.
What? That's outrageous. All right. So let's get back to John hitting on Elisa. And people are going to, well, John catches himself here, but he explains that that's not what's happening at all.
Elisa, you're a cutie pie. Teams to him, everyone's going to say John's hitting on Elisa. I'm not hitting on it. We've been friends for a long time.
Yeah.
Teams
Well,
to
we
him.
were enemies. We were enemies too, though. You blocked me from Twitter. You just unblocked me to invite me to the show.
Amazing. Well done, Elisa, right there. He goes, listen, I'm not hitting on her. We're just longtime friends. We go way back. She's like, we weren't even talking up until 2 hours ago.
And if you remember from our last episode, she didn't want to come on camera.
Right. She wanted nothing to do with this interview, and he's been insulting her the entire time.
I noticed your hair's wet, but not your T-shirt. That's just rude.
You say there's a storm outside. Can you go back outside?
Who are these podcasts? WATP.
And a lot of mistakes will be made along the way, and this was definitely true in and a lot of mistakes will be
what they're actually talking about. Commentary about like her political positions. I think it's funny how wholesome the intro is. It feels like a show the kids would watch where she has like a talking pet hamster. You would not think this is a political channel from the intro. It's Blues Clues or Tankies. You're so fucking right.
Magdalena I. This is part 3 in my series on democratic centralism. There are links to parts 1 and 2 in the description, but to recap what we've learned so far. Every group of human beings, including organizations, communities, and governments, has characteristics of democracy as well as characteristics of centralism.
What?
Democracy deals with representation of the people in making decisions and directing the group.
Wait, that's not true. This is already off to like a really fucking wild start. Every group has characteristics of democracy. What were the characteristics of democracy in Nazi Germany? This is one of my big problems with democratic centralism as a concept. They say democracy, as long as there's one body, even if it's a completely unelected body that is not accountable to the population whatsoever, as long as they vote amongst themselves, it still has characteristics of democracy. But that's not what democracy is.
while essentialism refers to unity in thought and action in a group. Democracy and essentialism mutually impact and develop one another, and both democracy and essentialism can have positive and negative characteristics. Good democracy can help build good essentialism by building harmony and productive unity in thought and action among group members. Good essentialism can develop democracy by making sure everyone can have a voice and can comfortably place trust in a democratic system. And of course, the opposite is also true. Bad forms of democracy will degrade essentialism as unity dissolves, and bad essentialism can undermine democracy by putting too much power in too few hands. Marx and Engels define democracy as a system in which the will of the people guides human society through the use of elections and other democratic systems. In contrast, they pointed out that monarchies, feudalism, and bourgeois democracies are not truly democratic at all, since only a small minority wield power and influence in such societies. Marx and Engels saw democracy in all its forms as the primary driving force of humanity.
By that definition, the Soviet Union wasn't democratic either. Like, by that very definition, Vietnam isn't democratic. A democratic centralist system, by definition, concentrates the power of the state into a few hands. It was actually Lenin who said, there is no freedom until there is no state.
Connected with the tyranny of powerful minority classes, leading to class struggle, which changed and developed human society throughout history. Marx and Engels understood the power of democracy and knew that a working class revolution would have to be democratic in nature in order to be successful. They laid the philosophical foundation of starting democracy through the lens of dialectical materialism, which paved the way for the development of...
Wait, but Karl Marx literally advocated for the overthrow of the state. I'm so confused how she's coming to these conclusions.
Democratic centralism as we know it today. This brings us to Vladimir Lenin, who was the first to define the philosophical concept of democratic centralism based on the...
Wait a second. Marx wasn't a statist as bad as MLs would want him to be? Yeah, no, 100%. It's crazy.
Groundwork laid by Marx and Engels in the analysis of democracy. Like Marx and Engels, Lenin was a scientific socialist. This means that he used dialectical materialism as a philosophical framework for fulfilling the mission of the working class in dismantling capitalism and building communism. Scientific socialism upholds democracy as the basis for successfully overthrowing capitalism, and Lenin fleshed out these ideas in both theory and practice. In The Revolutionary Proletariat and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination, written in 1915, Lenin wrote,
"The proletariat cannot be victorious except through democracy by giving..."
It's just bizarre to me how disingenuous that she's being. We're not even that far into the video, and already it doesn't make any goddamn sense. And I'm not even defending the monarchy in Russia, but how is it why would they need to kill the Tsar's children in a democratic action? That doesn't make sense.
Giving full effect to democracy, and by linking with each step of its struggle, democratic demands formulated in the most resolute terms.
Lenin, like Marx and Engels, considered the masses of the people to be the makers of history, not any heroic or divine individuals. Under capitalism, just as with previous forms of class society like feudalism, the majority...
Oh, by the way, very funny contradiction in Marxist thought, or tanky thought, I should say, is this idea that it's the masses of people that make history and move society forward, but do not criticize the handful of guys who did more than the masses, apparently. Never criticize them. You say the wrong thing about, like, Marx or Lenin or Stalin to this crowd, and they will never shut the fuck up.
People have to struggle against a minority ruling class. This struggle between classes, based on a desire for increased and improved democracy, is what has driven human society through every stage of development, from slave societies to feudal societies and on into the current stage of capitalism. Through all the history of class struggle, democracy has always been both a battle slogan and a revolutionary goal for the oppressed classes. What distinguishes capitalism from previous forms of society is the nature of class division. In previous society, power and other characteristics were distributed among a variety of classes, including monarchs, slaves, peasants, nobles, religious leaders, merchants, crafts.
See, I see when tankies use this as the model to show people either capitalist society or feudal society, but how does this pyramid structure for the division of class society look any different from society in any of the Marxist-Leninist states that currently exist? You could very easily replace the church and the king with the Communist Party, replace towns, merchants, and craftsmen with like the national bourgeoisie, and then replace the one lower than it with like party members, the lower ranks of the parties, and then replace serfs with the working class. Doesn't even, like, come on.
Man, and so on. Capitalism has reduced the complexity of class structure, so that today the vast majority of humans compose one class, the working class, and a very tiny minority of individuals, the capitalist class, control society. If the working class could manage to overthrow the capitalist class entirely and build a democratic system that represents the will of the working class as a whole, then class struggle will be eliminated.
Oh yeah, I did love in the earlier frame that fucking Reddit rules you. Reddit is part of the ruling class. Using corporate Memphis in a democratic centralism video is fucking wild.
The struggle towards achieving that goal can only be achieved through socialism. And socialists must do all we can to put power in the hands of the working class. Lenin put it very simply in an article called All Power to the Soviets, published in 1917.
Democracy is the rule of the majority.
But it should be pointed out that this rule of the majority doesn't mean oppression of marginalized minorities. All working class citizens must have a voice and enjoy freedom in order for a society to be called a real democracy. According to Lenin, an organization or society must have the following of 4 characteristics in order to be truly democratic. Equality of all citizens under the law. Political freedom for all citizens. Decisions made by a majority of all citizens. Citizens decide by vote, which is the essence of peaceful, pure democracy.
Does anyone else ever feel like when you have to listen to tankies talk about politics, you're just being consistently gaslit? Like having Luna Oi, who stands Vietnam, North Korea, China, Cuba, put up a thing from 1919 by Lenin where it says that decisions made by a majority of all citizens is a core tenet of what democracy is. Democratic centralism inherently puts power into the hands of a very few people. It puts it into the hands of the Politburo and the Central Committee of a Communist Party. It's not rule by the majority. It is very much a rule by the minority. And the point in their own thought is that the party represents the will of the people. But it doesn't. It's not elected. No one has decided that. And they can make any changes that they want, regardless if it's a good decision or if it's even a popular decision.
If these 4 criteria are met, then a society can be said to be truly democratic, according to Lenin. Lenin developed this criteria for a true democracy through his revolutionary work in Russia, not just through theoretical hypothesizing, but through practice as a revolutionary leader and organizer. But Lenin also knew that in order for democracy to be used to empower the working class and fight capitalism, it has to take a certain form. Lenin argued that in our current states of development and material conditions, in order to enable the working class to overthrow capitalism and build towards communism, democracy must take the form of a government. So Lenin believed that the task of communist revolutionists was to develop a form of government which would give the working class access to true democracy while still being able to fight against capitalism, imperialism, fascism, and many other threats to the revolution. Lenin called the form of government which the working class would use to fight capitalism and build democracy and power for the working class socialist democracy or proletarian democracy. Lenin famously described the socialist democracy as a dictatorship of the proletariat, but this term is often highly misunderstood. When Lenin talks about the dictatorship of the proletariat, he doesn't mean we should have a tyrannical or authoritarian government. He was
Okay, so I want to do a bet right now that she is not going to talk about how democratic centralism has a ban on what they call factionalism. So, chat, what this means, let's say you are a member of the Communist Party and you are representing them at the Central Committee, and they're currently having their party congress. They're making the decisions on what the party believes and what policies that they want to implement in the future. And one of the policies being voted on is whether or not homosexuality should be legal. Now, this is just an example. It could be anything. You could put abortion there, interracial relationships, literally anything could fit in this category. I'm just using homosexuality as an example. It gets voted on, and the vote passes that homosexuality should be illegal 51 to 49. As a result of that, you would not be able to, as a member of the Communist Party, be able to say, I disagree with this policy. Because if you publicly disagree with the policy after it's put forward, you are engaging in factionalism, which means that you are an enemy of the party and you need to be immediately excised from the party. This is part of the reason that I quit the Communist Party in the first place.
Simply inverting the idea of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, aka the bourgeois democracy. As Marx and Engels had explained, in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class holds all the power. Therefore, a small minority have power over the vast majority of workers. The dictatorship of the proletariat, on the other hand, would put power in the hands of the vast majority of people in society. The working class would have a power over the capitalist class, which would help society to begin fulfilling the 4 criteria of a true democracy. Let's compare bourgeois democracy with socialist democracy, one criterion at a time. Equality of all citizens under the law. Under a bourgeois democracy, there is no equality of all citizens under the law. Capitalists can hire expensive lawyers, pay off politicians through law.
She's living in a country that doesn't have same-sex marriage. Fuck off. It's such a misunderstanding of both what the law is and just incredibly disingenuous. She's literally hung out with far-right nationalists who did gas attacks against queer activists. She wants to talk about equality under the law as a prerequisite for what a socialist government is.
Lobbying and bribes, and gain all kinds of legal protections through corporate structures. Meanwhile, workers have very few resources to protect themselves, and bourgeois legal institutions offer them fewer protections and benefits. A socialist democracy would truly protect all citizens equally. Every citizen, no matter how poor, should have the same protections and benefits under the law. Political freedom for all citizens. Under a bourgeois democracy, capitalists have far more freedom than the working class. For example, look at freedom of speech. Capitalists have far more of a voice in capitalist society, where they can...
I'm sure all of the labor organizers in Vietnam and China and Cuba that get beaten down by the cops in the name of protecting the state have political freedom. Because they went against the one union in their country that is controlled by the state.
And on entire media institutions, and pay to have their propaganda disseminated to millions upon millions of people. Workers have much smaller voices and also lack access to other basic freedoms, like freedom from poverty, preventable disease, and houselessness. A socialist democracy would give an equal voice to everyone, and every member of society.
That's fucking wild. So, when I visited China, I made a friend. She worked in a noodle shop. The noodles were quite tasty, by the way. And she could not afford to live on her own anywhere in Beijing because the prices for rent are way too high there. So she had to live in a worker dormitory with dozens of other workers. These prerequisites disqualify any of the countries that she says are socialist as being socialist. And if you were to push her on this in the slightest, she'll drop the Stalinist act and she'll start weaponizing like Western liberal idpol. Like she'll just start saying, well, you're not Vietnamese, so you can't make a comment on this.
would enjoy the same freedoms and benefits with protection from the government. Nobody would have more freedom than anybody else just because they are more wealthy.
Didn't she do this to Vosh? She did, and that's how I know she isn't a Marxist, because the workers of the world have no country. You can't just weaponize national chauvinism like that.
Private property. Decisions made by a majority of all citizens. In a bourgeois democracy, the capitalist class controls society. Elections are illusionary in nature. They exist to make workers feel like they have a voice, when in reality the capitalist class controls all aspects of government. The working class may have some token input, but the working class will never be given the power to make any decision, which would jeopardize the power.
How is she describing a system that is any different from the system that she lives under? This is exactly how these states operate. I mean, yeah, it's not true of local ones. It is true of federal elections. But I wish that they would just be honest. The dishonesty is part of the reason why, after several years of being a Marxist-Leninist and being a proud member of the Communist Party, I ended up quitting. Because they're constantly lying. All of their recruitment tactics are based on lying and giving these snuff propaganda pieces that never tell you the full truth. Like, in my opinion, if you're looking to make a change in the world and you meet up with people like Luna and you're taken in by it, you probably have a good heart. You probably want to see the world be a better place. But if you continuously learn about Marxism-Leninism and learn about the intricacies of all of the things that that movement is responsible for and what they actually advocate for, you're only staying if you're an ideologue. At that point, people generally leave. The exodus I saw in the Communist Party of Canada was because of the people who had been there for several years and decided to start looking into things. They decided to start looking into things. And the more you look into it, the harder it is to tolerate Marxist-Leninists. They've done some heinous shit, and they're constantly lying.
Power of the capitalist class. A socialist democracy would allow every member of society to have an equal voice in decision making. Nobody would be excluded from participating in collective decision making just because they are poor or otherwise marginalized. And the government would truly be in the hands of majority of society, the proletariat. Citizens decide by vote, which is the essence of peaceful, pure democracy. As I've already said, elections in bourgeois democracies are not real. Decisions aren't really made by popular vote, and representatives don't really represent most people. Capitalists control and rig elections in any number of ways, through spending vast fortunes on political propaganda, through gerrymandering.
So I want to give you all a history lesson, chat. Some of you may know, and others may not know, where the term tanky actually comes from. And I think that this is particularly important because earlier on in this video, Luna references Lenin's work on the rights of nation to self-determination. In 1956, the people of Hungary wanted independence. They wanted to form their own government. They wanted to be separate from the Soviet state. The Soviet state responded to the burgeoning independence movement in Hungary by rolling tanks in and crushing all dissent. In Britain, there was a schism in the Communist Party of Great Britain between the people who supported the Soviet line and the people who were opposed to the Soviet line. And the people who were opposed to the Soviet line started calling the pro-Soviet side of their party tankies. And that is the origin of the term tanky. It was members of a communist party that opposed the Soviet Union, crushing the dissent of a nation that wanted independence.
Pandering and redistricting, through lobbying, campaign contributions, and other sorts of bribes, through corporate media, and in a million other ways. A socialist democracy would empower workers through more meaningful forms of democracy. It should not be permitted to bribe politicians and political leaders in any way. And every citizen, no matter how poor or marginalized, should have the same access to elections and other democratic structures as everyone else. Once full socialism is established, then a society can then begin transitioning towards a stateless, classless society, which is a dream of all communists.
Oh my God. It's crazy how they think that they can get away with this stuff as if this hasn't been the lie for so long, that these states are going to somehow transition into communism just by magic. It's a pipe dream. Like, look, many people didn't know about this, but in Khrushchev's speech in 1980, he said communism in 20 years. We are strictly guided by scientific calculations, and calculations show that in 20 years we will build mainly a communist society. Like, they were making promises like this. Well, I guess when 20 years they were actually correct. The state did dissolve. So you know what? Khrushchev W.
Unfortunately, getting to full socialism is a very long process, one that takes many generations. And so far, no country on earth, not the Soviet Union, not Vietnam, not Cuba, not any other country, has yet achieved full socialism. Lenin knew that it wouldn't be possible to simply throw the socialism switch, especially in Russia, where centuries of rule by the Tsar left the Russian people poor, uneducated, and indoctrinated into reactionary belief and ideology in countless other ways. Building a socialist democracy will be a very difficult task for any nation, and a lot of mistakes will be made along the way, and this was definitely true in...
I hate when they use the word mistakes, and then what they're actually talking about is mass death. That's fucking insidious, the way that they try and minimize what the actual mistakes were.
Russia. For instance, Lenin knew that the Russian people would need to be educated about democracy. Previous ideas about democracy and self-determination, which were established and disseminated by the capitalist class, would need to be fought against and negated. In Russia, that meant fighting against Tsarist indoctrination. In former colonies like Vietnam, that has meant undoing decades of colonialist propaganda. In capitalist nations, that would mean fighting against ideas of bourgeoisie.
Okay, so I'm no Vietnam expert, but okay. Also, why is the Freedom Convoy on screen? I just got jump scared. What I was saying is, now I'm not a Vietnam expert, but as far as I'm aware, Vietnam was not even, it wasn't even a democracy by name before the Vietnamese Revolution. So what ideas of democracy was the capitalist class teaching the Vietnamese peasants?
Bourgeois democracy, which hold back the working class and hinder the development of socialism. Today, just as in Lenin's time, there are many misperceptions about democracy, just as there are misperceptions about socialism. A lot of people fall for capitalist lies. They believe that bourgeois democracy is good for the people, and they fall for the scam of capitalist-controlled elections, thinking that their votes actually matter in a bourgeois democracy, when, in reality, capitalists actually control the agenda of society behind the scenes. Today, workers in bourgeois democracies are also led to believe that since socialist and former socialist nations like the USSR, Vietnam, and Cuba have never been perfect, and since we have never achieved full socialism, we are complete failures and liars. For instance, a lot of Western leftists argue that Vietnamese communists are lying about wanting to build communism, since we have yet to achieve...
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a poorly made Second Thought video right now. But I really want to know in what way Vietnam is materially different from a capitalist country. As I don't believe that it actually is. The only thing that they lack is liberal democracy. They have an authoritarian top-down system, and I'm not shilling for the West by saying that. Obviously, Western nations also have a very top-down system, but it feels like the main difference is literally that they don't have elections.
If a stateless, classless society, and because our road towards socialism has been very difficult, with many mistakes and setbacks along the way. The expectation is that we just need to push the socialism button and all the problems will disappear. They don't realize how many problems we face and how many internal and external threats we have.
Okay, that's a skill issue. If I was the president of Vietnam, I would just press the socialism button. I mean, she just said it exists. Press the fucking button.
make it very difficult to achieve our dream of building socialism. The problem here is that they treat socialism and democracy as an idea rather than a practical processes of development. Lenin, however, was quite aware that building towards full socialism and create a true socialist democracy would be very difficult. Socialist democracy is a brand new form of government, something that humans have never tried to build before in all of history, and it will take a lot of
I want to say something that has been bothering me for years now about Marxism-Leninism, and you can really tell in their worldview with what Luna's saying right now. She's talking about a government that formed over 100 years ago and using language like something that human beings have never tried to build before in all of history. One of my biggest problems with Marxism-Leninism as a worldview is they're so focused on the future, but they live in the past. They're looking for their idea of what the future is supposed to be by looking into the past. It becomes tradition. It becomes conservatism. They view history like it started in 1850.
In all of history, and it will take a lot of experimentation and failure to achieve it. We can't simply think of socialism and democracy as utopian ideas, but rather as pragmatic systems which must be built over time through scientific development, which unfortunately includes a lot of trial and error. Building socialist democracy is a process of constantly developing theories and then applying them creatively in real life in our struggle for socialist revolution. Of course, this struggle has to be systemic and organized. There has to be an underlying framework for developing theories and testing them in the real world. We have to have a shared set of values, principles, and characteristics, which we apply as we build towards socialism. And this is exactly what Lenin succeeded in developing in his formulation of the philosophical concept of democratic centralism. Before we dig...
Wait a second. I want to correct the record here, because I know this is wrong. One sec. Also, I saw someone in chat say they're bored. Please entertain them while I look up some boring ass nerd shit. Give me a second. Mom, I'm owning the tankies. I'll be out in a sec, Mom. Okay. I actually don't even know what I was... All of my history shit is all mushed together in my head.
Deeper into Lenin's formulation of democratic centralism, it's important to understand that democratic centralism actually has a few different definitions. First, there is a philosophical concept of democratic centralism. This is simply the recognition that democracy and centralism exist in all human groups, and that democracy and centralism have a dialectical relationship with one another. They mutually impact and develop each other over time. The philosophical conception of democratic centralism is universally applicable to all human groups. You can use this philosophical framework to study and analyze all...
I gotta say, this is the most boring Bill Nye video I've ever watched. It doesn't even have music. And it needs to cut to a bunch of kids who are like really fucking jazzed about democratic centralism, just like every 15 minutes.
Human groups of all forms and sizes. For instance, you can do a democratic centralist analysis of a family, or of a political party, or of a government, or of the entirety of human civilization.
I guarantee you no one does this and she's just making shit up. No one has ever done a democratic centralist analysis of their family.
You can study the democratic centralistic properties of not just communist parties, but of fascists, of liberals, of monarchies, of any group of human beings. This is the philosophical foundation from which Lenin formulated as a more specific set of democratic centralist guidelines for political parties. You can think of these democratic centralist guidelines as a philosophical framework to help guide communist political parties toward revolution, and then
God, this is such nerd shit. This reminds me of when I was still part of Tanky Twitter and I saw this one tweet where it was like some 19-year-old or 18-year-old was saying like, just got into a fight with my family trying to explain democratic centralism to them. And I'm just like, why are you trying to explain to your family how a communist party functions and how that's somehow relevant to anything that they would ever possibly need to know? Why did it cause a fight?
and to help communist governments build toward a fully socialist democracies. As we build towards socialist democracy, step by step, we can use these guidelines of democratic centralism to ensure that our democratic forms and our centralist unity mutually develop one another to make our organizations and government as strong as possible. Finally, at the most specific level, there are specific implementations of democracy.
Oh my God. They literally put them all up. I see the Communist Party of Canada logo. Come the fuck on.
Democratic centralism, which are adopted by specific communist parties, governments, and other organizations all around the world. These can vary pretty widely from place to place.
Hold on a second. I need to see something very quickly. I'm sure the Communist Party of Canada is outraged that their logo has been used without permission. Let's see what they've said on Twitter. Oh. Well, now we have their full statement.
And over time. For instance, the democratic centralism of Vietnam has changed significantly over time. At first, way back in the 1920s and 30s, there were various communist parties, unions, and organizations which had different implementations of democratic centralism. Over time, these groups came together to form what we now call the Communist Party of Vietnam. The democratic centralism of Vietnam has also changed significantly from wartime to the subsidizing model era, to the early Doi Moi reforms, to today's socialism-oriented market economy era. Vietnam's democratic centralism today differs significantly from the implementation of democratic centralism in China, Cuba, and other socialist nations.
What? Why is there just a random break in here? This isn't even a live stream.
If you find the ideas presented in this video interesting or of value, might we recommend Luna's translation of the Vietnamese curriculum on dialectical material?
Oh my God.
It's available now at banyanhouse.org/shop.
Okay, wait. I need this book. I need it. I gotta see how bad it is. I mean, hold on a second. Oh yeah, I read theory. I definitely read theory. I got everything I need right here, baby. It sucks. Like, she took one university course in Marxism-Leninism. By the way, I actually took an online course in socialism with Chinese characteristics from a Chinese university. So I'm as qualified to speak about all this shit as her. And I know it's all fucking nonsense. This credential is actually less useful than having a degree from McDonald's Hamburger University.
And working class path to socialism. Lenin believed that many philosophers and leaders were diverging from the basic principles.
It's so fucking dull, and it's such bullshit. She literally says in the video, it's the masses that create history. And then the entire video is just Lenin said this, Lenin said that, Lenin said this. Let us worship the great men of history who actually make history.
Marxism. For instance, the German social democrat Edward Bernstein sought to collaborate with the capitalists and believed that socialism could be achieved through reform within
God, this propaganda is drier than Ben Shapiro's wife's vagina.
bourgeois democracy. Other popular philosophers who Lenin believed were misleading the working class included Ernst Mach, Karl Kautsky, and Mikhail Bakunin. There were also other large factions such as the Mensheviks who wanted to abandon Marxist proletarian revolution in favor of other divergent philosophies. Lenin wanted to unite the working class through principles of Marxism, but he wanted to achieve this unity through democratic means. In order to achieve this, Lenin sought to build a Marxist political party which could lay the groundwork and help to educate the masses, not in an authoritarian, overly centralized way, but in a way that dialectically developed centralized unity alongside democratic principles. As Lenin wrote in the original version of the article, the immediate task of the Soviet government.
Freedom of discussion, unity of action. This is what we must strive to achieve. Beyond
Okay. This is a classic tanky tactic, by the way. If you ever see tankies pull a quote up and you see the ellipses, that's them cutting out a specific part of the quote. And a lot of them do this very intentionally. So, for instance, there's a quote from Albert Einstein about Lenin. And tankies love to use this quote, but there's always an ellipses in this quote. And the reason why is because Einstein says, "I do not like Lenin's tactics." So they cut that part out in order to just have the parts where Einstein is saying nice things about Lenin.
On the bounds of unity of action, there must be the broadest and freest discussion and condemnation of all steps, decisions, and tendencies that we regard as harmful. Only through such discussions, resolutions, and protests can the real public opinion of our party be formed. Only on this condition shall we be a real party, always able to express its opinion and finding the right way to convert a definitely formed opinion into the decisions of its next Congress.
Lenin realized that the Russian Revolution held great historical importance. The Russian people were at a crossroads in deciding how they would develop the very first socialist nation on earth, and nobody knew what ideas would work in practice and which would fail. In order to test theory against reality, Russian communists would have to have an organizational structure and a philosophical framework which would offer as much participation for the masses as possible while staying true to the principles of democracy and socialist struggle, first laid out by Marx and Engels. And they would have to do this in a society which still had a powerful bourgeois class and many reactionary tendencies left over from centuries of czarist feudalism. As Lenin said in a speech at the Congress of Economic Councils in 1918.
We have begun.
It's actually so frustrating, too. It's like, why they do this thing over and over and over again, where they only mention shit from like 1916, 1917, 1918. And then they say, oh, but it's also developed and changed over time. But they never get around to how it's developed and changed. And it was learning about how all of this stuff developed and changed that made me distrust Marxist-Leninists in the first place, because it's disingenuous. These systems have fundamentally altered themselves over the course of 100 years, but they do this hero worship for shit that happened over a century ago. It's literally just like right-wing people and standing the founding fathers.
Begun this historical epic, an epic in which we are breaking up the discipline of capitalist society in a country which is still bourgeois. And we are proud that all politically conscious workers, absolutely all the toiling peasants, are everywhere helping this destruction. An epic in which the people voluntarily, on their own initiative, are becoming aware that they must not rely on instructions from above, but on the instructions of their own living experience. This is a task of enormous difficulty, but it is also a thankful one, because
طيب تبي تشطف get some coffee نعمل واحد على بال ما بدنا play some video games.
Sure.
Alright.